Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in, Mom. Welcome in, Crimson. Oh, I'm late. Pleased to meet ya. Welcome in late. I am Shinobi the Goat. Where's my? Forgot to change my. Okay. Sekiro, please show up. Okay. Thank you for the hair pads. Thank you. I almost turned on my mic to say hello into the mic. Oh god. Damn, guys. Sorry if sorry if there's not a lot of synergy here, okay? I've been out since like this afternoon and my social battery is like it's super low. How was day? Where did you get dragged out by the feet? Okay, I didn't want to go. Okay, it was just a baby shower. Okay, it was just a baby shower, and I didn't want to go because you know it was just a baby shower. I didn't have a present. Okay, and I'm not close to that specific auntie, you know. So I was like, you know, I'm not gonna go, you know, yada yada, you know, and I don't want to do work, you know. I'll just stay home, you know. But then, like, my cousin, my sister was like, oh, you gotta get out. You better come out right now. I'm already at your house. You better come out right now. I'm outside, you know. Don't make me drag you by the feet. So I was forced to leave the house today. I mean, it was fun. Yeah, also there was alcohol. Like, imagine a bunch of people drinking alcohol at a freaking baby shower. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Why would a baby need a shower? They take bath. A baby needs a shower. I don't know what I'm gonna say. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. So I'm not drunk, okay? I'm not drunk. I didn't even drink that much. I only drank like 4 shots. Not that bad. Baby showers of no, Mom. A baby shower is where you shower people with gifts. For baby gifts. You know? So how was you guys' day? How was everyone's day? Yeah, I didn't really expect to be there for that long too, to be honest. I wanted to leave early. I thought it was gonna end at like 5, but it didn't, and I stayed late because I was like helping my family like clean up. And I'm tired, my feet hurt. I'm mentally exhausted. I'm like super bloated. I drink so many liquids, you know. Yeah. I'm not drunk, she said drunkenly. I'm not. I swear. I'm getting automated but sending it anyways. We get it, Mom, we get it. We get it. Anyways, we are gonna play. We're gonna play Sekiro today. We are gonna try and finish Sekiro today. Try round 2, kind of like round 90, but it's okay. Easy. Hold on, I gotta. Where is my death counter? Death counter? Okay. Death counter. Okay. Continue. They rub her belly and say good job, but no one rubs his Hey yo! Okay, okay. We're playing like baby shower games, right? And there was one where you had to chug drinks out of a baby bottle. Guys, I have never sucked so hard in my life. It was so hard. I didn't win though, but like you can tell who had experience, you know. It's crazy. Crazy. Anyways, okay, back to the game. Back to the game. Oh, I win that? Oh, you win at sucking? Are you good at sucking, Mom? Are you great at sucking? Granny, give it that GOG 200,000 turbo. No. No teeth or dentures. No. As a certified titty person and titty lover. Oh my goodness. But you know what? There was also what is it? Okay, so like my auntie bought like these two really creepy babies, right? For another game where you had to like undress the baby and like dress the baby, or like the next person dresses the baby up, right? And then like I don't know, these baby are like super old. They're like really old, like ceramic dolls. And apparently she bought them at a thrift shop. And it was like, they look creepy as heck. They look really creepy. Like when I say really creepy, I mean like, yeah, like Victorian dolls. Yeah, like really creepy. Like they look like they have human hair. I'm not even kidding. Like I didn't even want to look at it. And then, yeah, hell no, right? Yeah, and then like the little kids, like after the games, the little kids, they were like playing around with the babies and they dropped it, and then the baby head broke. The baby head broke because it was ceramic or like porcelain. I don't know. Yeah, it broke. It, I don't know. I think we're cursed. I don't know. Should got a demon test here now. No, I don't. Thank you for the bark. Welcome in, Hovey. Welcome. But yep. What a time. What a time. Let me move this really quick. Okay. First match of the day.
What you mean
Ow! What the hell? Why is it playing that clip? Ow! What the hell is this? What the hell is this clip? This clip never plays. Oh, okay, last oh. Okay. Oh. No. Okay. Thank you for the like, Crimson. Thank you. We'll be looking as well, playing COD War 2 Zombies. Good luck. Okay, 701. Okay. Also, thank you for the like, Kobe. Thank you. 701. My goal is to at least beat him under 800. You know? Beat him under 800. Okay. movie, can I watch you play Sekiro? Welcome in, Jimbo. Yes, you can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can watch it for free. Yeah, for free. Okay. Oh, I'm kind of scared. Wow! That hit me. I was behind him.
その力だ
Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. You know what? It's okay. Okay, Argo.
海にじらせはせぬぞ
Oh shit. Okay. It's been like a week, okay? It's been like a week. Give me some, you know, give me some time. Oh, Crimson doesn't have any points. Womp womp, loser. Okay. Sorry for making fun of you. Okay, I'm ready now. Okay. This is the one. One day Shane will fight someone without saying a warm up. Okay. It has been 2 years. It's been 2 years.
俺がアシナを生かす
Okay. I'm gonna do that. Oh!
海にじらせはせぬぞ
Ah! He jabbed me. Okay. It's okay. It's a warm up. This is also a warm up. Oh my god. Never! Oh my god. Okay, you know what? It's okay.
ことが
It's okay.
さらば
It's okay. It's just a warm up. This one is also gonna be a warm up. This one is actually a warm up too, okay? Holy shit, she's actually live? Yes, I'm live! Also, welcome in Chaos. Welcome. How are you? How is your day?
俺がアシナを生かす
Okay. Oh, okay. Why are you jabbing so much?
その力だ 海にじらせはせぬぞ
Okay. Oh. Oh! 800. So much for 700. Yeah. Doing well, Trust. Fun in Repo yesterday. Yeah, it was so fun in Repo yesterday. God, it's been so long since I played Repo too.
参れ関野
Oh god. Oh god, I low-key forgot how to fight this guy. Okay. Get stuck on.
たぎってきた行くぞ
Oh. Oh, okay. He does that. Back up. Oh, okay. Okay. That was good. That was good. Good try. Good try. Good try. I have a clear mind. Okay, and I'm ready. I'm ready. Did she undrag get attacked by Pac-Man and the Blade Blade? Okay, not gonna lie, the Blade Blade, I hate that Blade Blade so much. But the Pac-Man was funny though. This is the one. This is the one. Oh. Oh! Oh, that! Fuck. Whoops. Oh, fuck. Oh, where is he? Okay. This is good. This is good. Okay. Oh, fuck. That was bad. That was actually bad. Oh, God. Okay, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Shan played Golden by the K-pop Demon Hunters. You know what? I haven't seen that movie yet. I was thinking, I think me and Chaos was talking about doing a watch along on Discord for that movie. Should we plan it soon? Never mind. Is it serious? Oh, is it series? K-pop Demon Hunters? I thought it was a movie. It's a series? Hell yeah. Wait, I'm so confused. I thought it was a movie. I don't know. I just know it's on Netflix. Yeah, that was a movie. I heard it was pretty good. A lot of people like talk about it.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh fuck. Oh. Okay. Argo. Oh. I'm dead. Okay.
その力だ 海にじらせはせぬぞ
Oh. There you go. I just know it's on Netflix. People love it more than these new Disney movie, which is not surprising. Oh yeah. Not gonna lie, I always talk about this about Disney, but like Disney have like the same. It's always the same plot, you know? Like young, naive main character fights the villain, and the villain is not actually a bad guy, he's just a misunderstood good guy, you know? But they're not actually bad, you know? I haven't watched it yet too, but I'm already kind of annoyed because people are playing the songs on repeat. Oh yeah, I always hear that Soda Pop song. Everywhere.
参れ関野
Oh. Fuck. Okay. I was not ready. Same movie, different characters. Yeah, it's like basically the same movie, different characters. Last one where they were actually evil with Frozen 1. Yeah, Frozen 1 had like an actual villain in it. Okay. And like ever since that, like all the movies after that, the villains are just like not really a bad guy. Like they're not really villains. But I guess it's okay. Like Disney demographic is like towards like younger, like kids. While like Pixar is much more like more for the mature. Okay, focus. Oh. Okay. Oh! Okay. Okay. Ow! Okay. Okay, whatever. Oh no, don't hit me! Oh! Okay. Easy, guns out here. Okay. Hey, cutie, I'm never better than you ever again. Oh, hey, handsome. Oh, shit. So welcome, Nampy. And your stream ready? Oh my god. No! I wasn't ready! Oh my god. Okay. 707. 707. My throat's dead. Oh my god. You heard that, guys? He's been deep throating. Deep throating? Oh my god. What's been going down your throat? My throat's dead. Speak for yourself, lady. Quit sucking so much. I see. Drink some water. You know, some honey water. Some tea. You know. I know what you've been up to. Shh. Don't tell no one. I did a lot of sucking today, you know, but like... Yeah. Well, actually, Coco Villain isn't... Oh. Coco Villain isn't really a villain, just a murderer, but... That was just another... To be honest, I have never seen Coco. Coco is the one where they go to the underworld. Is it the underworld? The Day of the Dead, like the other side. But Moana and so forth after isn't really villain anymore. Yeah. She's a lewd tuber. I'm not a lewd tuber. Do you see me shaking my boobs, huh? I don't shake my boobs for like subs. Should I though? Would I get subs? He goes to the afterlife during the day of the day. Oh wait, what? During the Day of the Dead to see his father? Oh yeah. Also, Shen, do I need to behave? Yes. Only IRL boobs? Yeah? Can't shake what you don't have? What do you mean? You wanna see? You want proof? Okay. I'm focused. Okay. This is the one. So stop distracting me, guys. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, okay. That was not good. Oh my god. That was not good. That was not good. I never say no to Tis, to be honest. That's too much Twitch for one day. I'm sorry. That's good. Good for you, MP. Don't get too brain rotted. Who said she had to do on Twitch? I like all sizes of boobas. You know, personally, I'm a big fan of the itty bitty community. Big fan. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, okay.
Sekiro.
Okay. Ah! I blame it on the rock. I blame it on the rock. Ow! I blame it on the rock. I blame it on the rock. Same, bro. B Corp is so underrated. Trying to prove. I do love me some B Cup. You know why? Cause that's where I belong. All these people like she gotta be double D's. Like nah, double D's is too big for me. I've known some people who has double D's, and it's like, how do I explain this? It's like back pain, instant back pain. I could already feel it. Oh. Oh fuck! I messed up. Oh fuck! I messed up. I messed up. Okay. 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 You wanna play? Let's play. Okay. Okay. You know what? That's fine. I talked to someone who had a D cup. Oh my god. J cups? Oh my god. The lotion I ever touched was an H cup? Oh my god! Why are you just touching women's boobies, Mom? You say Jacob 3 times fast. A guy named Jacob calls to appear in the corner of your room, going, Jacobs. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try this again. My nose is a little itchy. It's okay though. Automod it twice? Cause you said the word fondle!
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh shit! Oh! Okay! Okay.
その力だ 踏みにじらせはせぬぞ
Okay! Okay.
Sekiro.
Oh, miss. Oh! No fear! No fear! He's on the edge! He's on the edge! It's okay, Mom. I'll allow it. I gotta be my own mod. Wait a sec. Where's my mouse? There we go! There we go! Edging! Yep! He's edging me. Can you believe that? Can you believe Ishin edging me? Okay. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven.
俺がアシナを生かす
7-Eleven. Okay, this is good, this is good. Oh! What the hell? Oh my god, die. What the hell? What the hell? He never did that before. I don't think I've seen him done that. Okay. Oh, chesticles. Guys, I also like funneling chesticles too, you know? You know? Let me be a part of this. I like boobies too, you know? I'm one of the boys. Shut up, chef, funnel your own. You know what? That's fine with me. My own personal stress ball.
俺がアシナを生かす
Okay. Oh, okay. Fuck! Oh my god!
その力だ 海にじらせはせぬぞ
Oh my god! I wasn't trying to die there! Oh my god. I said the same. Hands off mine? Pay me first? Oh, your chesticles? $5? It's like a subscription? If given permission to or pay to, I'll pay for it. Okay, 713. Lucky number 713. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I'm sat up.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh my god. Oh my god. My blade is like slightly off. Oh my god. Okay. Look at him. Look at him just looking at me. Why I die? He's waiting for me to get up. Rude.
その力だ
Oh my god. Okay.
さらば
You know what? Maybe I'm too conscious for this. I mean, I'll touch theirs if I got paid for it. Oh, if you get paid for it. Shit over here paying $5 to funnel the moves. Hell yeah! Why not? Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす
Come on. Do it. Do it already. Oh my god, I didn't think he was gonna jab me. Oh my god, he jabbed me again. I thought he was gonna... Oh my god, I thought he was gonna sweep.
その力だ
Oh, he jabbed me again! No way! I'm dead. Bye.
これ以上なすべきことが
Damn, I'm losing my touch. You get one slap or a 5-second grab for $5. I want a slap. Is there a combo special? Okay. No more warm-ups.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh, it's up. Ow! No fear, no fear.
その力だ。
Oh my god, okay. You know, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine, I was dropping frames. I'm gonna blame it on that. You get to practice sucking on mine for $20 so you can get better at baby What do you mean? What do you mean by that, huh, Mom? That is inappropriate. Okay? Like Street Fighter and Tekken? Wait, oh, yes, like Street Fighter and Tekken. God, I miss playing like fighting games. Damn. Should I start playing fighting games again? Oh my god. Maybe I'll play with like a hitbox. Maybe I'll play Super Smash Bros. I don't know. It's been so long.
俺がアシナを生かす。踏みにじらせはせぬぞ。
Oh, okay. Okay. This is good. This is good.
参れ、関野。
Ah, that hit me. Oh, okay. We go open space. Over here. Come on. Okay. Station is defeated. Okay, I gotta play Argo. Argo. I'm not angry enough. I'm playing too passive here. Okay. 717. Yes? Okay, let's see. If I do, okay, one of my goals is to stream like Super Smash Bros. And like, I want to play with people. I think it'd be really fun. Like play Super Smash Bros. As viewers.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh, okay. Okay. I gotta always remember. Okay.
その力だ。
Okay, Shay, you're throwing! You're throwing! Can't wait for Smash Bros. Melee to go on GameCube and Assault. Oh! Oh my god. Wait, for my Smash Bros. Gamers out there, who's your main? Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite to play? Who's your favorite character? I bet you can't guess who's my main.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Okay. Oh fuck! Okay. Kike? Kike is a blocked word. I play Link? You play Link? Which Link though? Adult Link?
参れ。
Regular Link? Okay, hold on. Come on, attack me first! Oh! Okay!
たぎってきた。行くぞ、関野。
I'll go. Oh my god, okay. You know what, that's okay. Reset. Oh my god, he's not letting me get up. Ow! Oh fuck. Fuck, I'm stuck. Oh god. 19. You've your main. I feel like you main Kirby or Donkey Kong. No. Kirby too basic for me. Okay. Donkey Kong. Do I look like I fist people? Any link? Sorry, I was still in the game with zombie. Any link. For me, Ike, Martin, or Ice Climbers. Okay, Ice Climbers are just one trick losers. I'ma say that. Okay. But Ike and Martin or Marth, both really good, I say. Sword users. At the type fast, 2 teammates went down. Oh, whoa, I hope you lose. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. JK. But, you know, try again. My main is not Kirby or Donkey Kong. Somebody else. I'm telling you, a lot of people don't really... Like, a lot of people don't figure it out, though. Let's just say about mine. What's yours? Oh, Lucina! Lucina's really good. Oh my god, look at all you guys. Sword users? Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Don't hate on Ice Climbing because you can't play. I could play, okay? But Ice Climbers are they're just really, really annoying to go against with. Oh! What the heck? I died. Oh my god! Okay. You know, I was not ready for that. Exactly, perfect match for me. Because you're annoying. One trick. Okay. Try this again. I don't know if I'm just sleepy. I mean, I don't know if I'm bad or am I just like sleepy. Okay. Have you considered both? No. I'm pretty sure it's one or the other, and I don't think it's the bad one. Oh my god. Oh! Okay.
Sekiro.
Oh, whoops. Did not mean to click that. my god. What the hell? Okay. Please stop chasing me. Please stop chasing me. Oh my god. I lost it. I lost it. Okay. Hesitation. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god! How do I beat this part? This part is so hard! Okay. It's got Argo. Shen Argo, Shen Argo! 721. 721. Your curse almost worked? You parry block everything? We almost died? What do you mean? You almost... Oh. Your game. Parry block. I feel like my posture is really bad though. Oh fuck. Okay. Like I've been telling you. I'm trying. I'm just really bad at parry, okay?
入れ関野
Okay. Okay. Oh fuck.
行くぞ
Oh my god. Okay. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Okay, okay. That's a little bit difficult. Okay, I couldn't get up, you know? I couldn't get up. That's fine. 722. My nose is so itchy, guys. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, okay. I'm ready. Okay. You know what else is itchy?
久しい俺がアシナを生かす
Focus? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? That's okay.
その力だ
Ooh. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm feeling really bad. I think the alcohol made me lose some brain cells. I'm just saying. Okay. Okay. Pinch and twist. Pinch and twist. Okay. You guys didn't answer my Smash Bro main is Isabelle. I love Isabelle. Oh fuck. Okay, I blocked that. How dare you? Your reflex spamming on him? Okay, I don't spam reflex all the time, but I just love fishing, you know? I love using a fishing rod. Okay. Okay. More reasons as to why Shen is single.
たぎってきた行くぞ
Oh fuck! No! You know, that was good. That was good. Shen, you're single. I'm single. You know what that means? Nobody wants us, bitch. You know what? Hey, I'm okay with being single. You know, freedom feels nice. You know, right? It's not me coping, but like it feels great having freedom, right? You know, this is like coping, okay? It's just I chose to be single, you know? It was a choice, okay? It's a choice. It kinda does. It's not cope, okay? I chose to be single. You know, it's not like I can't get nobody. You know, I made the decision. Oh. Okay. Shane, give me some copium. I'm running low. Here is some copium. Sounds a lot like copium. Single by choice, but not by your choice. Yeah. See, I can actually say it's my choice. I did my job as a human. I have a little one. No, that's good. Good for you, Chaos. Good for you. Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Okay. This is good. This is good. Oh.
たぎってきた。行くぞ、関は。
Okay. Okay, that is not good. That is not good. No! Try and run away. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Shut on the other hand, shut the fuck up. Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah, my sister was bitching at me earlier saying, like, she's definitely yours. Wait, that's kind of cute. Man, as soon as phase 2 comes down, shit just forgets how to pair it. Yeah, I know. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I got this. It's okay. It's A-okay. It's okay. You free 30th? Yeah. Yes. I should? Yes, I should be free.
黒様。
Like 5 a.m. type shit? I should be free. I should be free. Yes. Oh! Whoops. I got too greedy there. Too greedy. No! Okay. 226. Oh my god. Okay, it's a date! We said 3 of us, not UK, I'm sorry. A girl's night out. A girl's night out. But it's in and it's not night and it's not girls. Okay? Okay? I'm getting more rude. Okay. Shen's death counter is the only thing higher than my Valorant death counter. Hey, what is that? Is that an insult? I am offended, sir. Okay. Okay, I gotta focus. Okay, this is good. It's cool. MP hates me. I get it. Sekiro. Come on. Okay. I don't know why I just stood there. Okay, my brain is dead. It's fine. Okay. 7-7-2-7. Oh god, Shen. Oh god, Shen, you gotta try harder, Shen. God. Okay. Okay, Shen, you gotta try harder. You gotta try harder, Shen. You gotta try harder. Okay. Okay, no more playing around. I'm serious now. Serious. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Ooh, back up.
の力だ。
Come over here. Oh wait! Did I forget to click it? Okay, it was okay. Redemption.
入れ、関野。
Ah! Why is he hitting me so much? Okay. Okay, shit. Okay, shit. Shen is okay. Shen is okay. Okay, we try this again. No more playing around. Crisscross applesauce.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh! Okay.
その力だ。
Oh fuck. Okay, you know what? That's okay.
さらばだ。
That's okay. I have arrived. Welcome, Mister. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? How have you been? Right now we're playing some Sekiro, fighting the final boss. Yeah, I've been stuck here for like the longest time, but it's okay. How are you?
黒様。
Okay. 黒様。
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh! Ooh.
踏みにじらせはせんぞ。
Oh fuck. Okay. This is good.
入れ、関野。
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let me breathe. Okay. Come here. Come here. Oh my god! I was trying to avoid that. Oh my god! I was trying to avoid that so much. I have been busy with fanboy activities. Oh, sounds fun. What did you do? Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hair pass. Thank you, thank you. Try. Come here. Okay, okay. Hey, this is it. This is it. Lucky number 730. Lucky number 730. Lucky number 730. That hit me? No way. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got my ass beat. Okay.
Sekiro.
Okay. God, he runs so fast! I'm stuck! Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! I don't know how to beat him here! Okay. No! Why is this so hard? Why is this so hard? Oh my god. I did reading and freaky stuff. Ooh. Sounds so fun. Why didn't my vote go into yes? I put 119. Oh, never mind. It was a new one? Yeah, it's a new prediction poll. The last one was 725. Now it's 750, I think. It's okay. Okay, Shen try hard this time now. Oh my god, what's happening? Okay. Try hard now. Try hard now.
俺がアシナを生かす。じらせはせぬぞ。
Ow! Ouch! Okay.
その力だ。
What? Why am I dying at this point? Okay. 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 Hello, how many years? You're trying to beat him. God, oh my god. It has been 84 years. Yeah, it has been 84 years. It's been longer than I expected it to be.
セキロ。
Okay. Oh god. Oh god. And you know what? I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Is it better to just like get super close to him? Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't know! I don't know how to fight this one! This one's so hard. Okay. Oh my god, I'll be stuck forever! Forever! Oh. Okay. Did I put a death counter? 3 7 3 3. Drink monster energy and piss little rocks. My kidney stones. Okay, okay. Okay. Try this again, try this again. Okay. Fuck, okay. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay, okay. I gotta take a breather. I gotta take a breather for this one. Okay.
参れ関野
Okay. Oh. Oof. Okay. Leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh! Back up, back up, back up! Back up! Yeah! Okay. This fight is so hard! So hard! So hard! So hard! Oh my god. So you can Mercury? Okay. Okay. I think I'm like panicking too much. Also, thank you for the bonk. Thank you. I think I'm like too panicky. Okay. Confidence! Shan! You need confidence! Okay. Okay. Don't worry, Shan, you can fondle my butt for confidence. That's so funny. Earlier we were just talking about fondling chesticles. Okay. You know what? I am relaxed. Relax, Shan is a... Okay. Oh. Rude! Ooh. Ooh, okay, not good. Oh. Relax, Shen is a good Shen.
参れ
Relax,
関
Shen
野
is a good Shen. Okay?
たぎってきた行くぞ関野
Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, you know that's okay. That's okay. Thank you for the reading. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the head pass. Oh my god. No, Sleepy. She is a good Shen. You are just reacting and not panicking. JK, your reaction is to panic. Thank you for the bong. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay. I feel like that was pretty good though, right? You like phase 2 eventually and then panic on phase 3. Hopefully not. Okay, hopefully not. Okay, okay. Okay, calm and steady wins the game. 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 Oh! Oh, fudge, fudge. Okay? Oh! Okay. Oh, stuck. Stuck. Okay. Why you gotta go out to the wall, please? god. Ugh. I gotta heal myself. Okay, 2, 3. Okay. What? Shouldn't that overhead slam he does, period? I'm trying! God damn. It's okay. I love this game. 736, 736, 736. Okay. 736. Okay, Shen. Got this! You got this! Oh. Oh. Hey.
参れ関野
Oh. Oh, rude. Ow! I can get out. Okay. Oh. Can we move? Can we move? Center, 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 center. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. Jesus Christ. There's no cold milk in the fridge? Father Shinobi hasn't come home yet? let me go get some milk. I'll be back in like 10 years. Okay. 726 is the first half of my number? The first half of your number? Like your phone number? She's gonna be like Street Griffin in a straight jacket in that one episode. Oh god. $10 when it's illegal. When it's legal. What? What do you mean? Okay, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Okay, guys, I drink a lot of liquid. I will be back. Okay, I'm gonna go water the can, and I will BRB. BRB. Why are you guys talking about poop? Sen's gonna poop? I'm not gonna poop. I came back. I said I was gonna water the can. I was gonna take a piss. Okay? So chat, is Shen a man or woman? I am a woman. Does she poo Sakura Blossom? What do you mean? What? Large logs? What? Oh, he's gone. Coffee flavor logs? What the heck? Yeah, you guys are being weird. You guys are being weird right now. Okay. Is this important? I don't know. I was gonna blurb, but I ran out. Okay. Oh yeah, if you're mod, you can vanish. Yeah. Okay. Try this again with fresh bladder. Okay. Can't vanish? Guys, I'll be the sacrifice. Save yourself. Okay. Oh! Oh, go back. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Okay.
赤炉
This is it. 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 Oh my god, never mind. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. We will have my coffee logs for you. Mummy and I will come back here. We will bring help. I'll help. Hi, it's Lisa June at the Chaos Time. Welcome in, Daylo. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? How is your day? We are always chaotic and always sussy. Shit, can I proof of this? Yeah, it just happens to be so. You know what? I'm gonna make a blast reading for my chat, and that's gonna be a message for it. Good job, thank you, thank you. 780, 738 deaths. Yes, yes, I know. Don't look at me. Don't look at me, okay? Don't not judge me, okay? This is my first ever Souls game, okay? It's you know, I'm new to this. So welcome in, Grisbo_1205. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Woke up courtesy, so got up. Oh, nice. Good morning, good morning. Make sure you have some breakfast. Okay, Daylon. She started at 2. Okay. Shh. How about we, you know, zip our mouth? Okay? Shadow die alone. What it twice? Yep. Everyone, please check out Shen's first promotion. What do you mean? No. Okay, you guys can stop. First ever Souls game and you're starting with Sekiro? Yes! You know why? Because there's 2 people in my chat right now who kept harassing me about it. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at you two. You two know who you guys are, okay? That's the hardest one to start with. I know! But you know what? After 1 year of pestering me, I'm finally playing it. Okay, and I'm at the final boss too, so. Oh! Son of a bitch. Oh shit, he actually hit me there. Okay. Okay.
参れ赤炉
Please tell me. Okay. Okay, this is the part I always get stuck with. Okay.
限ってきた。行くぞセキロ。
Oh god. Ooh, okay. Whoa. Back up, back up! Oh my god! Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up! Back up, Shin. Oh. 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 Okay. Back up, back up. I'm saying back up. NC. God, because she tried to say she was a crack gamer and could beat it easily, and you couldn't beat. And I called her out, and after 2 or 3 months of playing it, she's still not a gamer. Hey! I'm getting there, okay? Be patient. Think positively. If you beat this one, the rest of them will be easy. That's what everyone says. She must be issued to be a crack gamer she claims to be. Okay. Okay. This is it. I just gotta be calm and steady. It's okay. The whole 2 hours was just a warm-up, you know? Oh. Fuck. I blame it on the rock. Oh my god. Hey. Okay. Still gonna play Elden Ring after this, right? Is the girl placed there so we don't see your health? No, the girl is just there for emotional support. Yeah, they like the girl more than my model. Okay, good. The part I get stuck on the most. Okay. Calm and steady.
たぎってきた。行くぞ、セキロ。
Oh my god, son of a... Oh! Okay. Oh! What the hell? Okay. How do I dodge that? Oh my god, okay. Ah, I don't know! Okay. Okay, thanks for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you! So hard! Like, so hard for me to, like, predict what he's gonna do. If you know the mechanics you're supposed to, you wouldn't have... Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, got this, Shen. You got this. You got this.
俺がアシナを生かす。 海にじらせはせるぞ。
Oh, fuck. Okay. That's good.
参れ、セキロ。
Oh. Oh. Okay.
たぎってきた。行くぞ。
Oh. No, I was trying to heal. Okay, you know what? That's okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. $741. $741. Random thought: if she calls herself a gamer and is not, then her calling me a good gamer is clearly not true either. What do you mean? What do you mean? I am true to my word, okay? Okay? Okay. 741. Imagine swinging the spear like that though, like damn. What do you mean? Like damn, that's impressive, or like, damn, that's hot, or like damn, that's terrible. Kuro-sama.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh, bitch! Oh my god. Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at my health.
その力だ
Okay, to be fair, that was a bad start. That was a bad start. He's swinging it hella fast with one hand. Spears are one of the most effective weapons in history, unless in small spaces. Or against guns. You know, that's kind of sad because Ishin has literally a long ass spear and he has a freaking gun. Why does he have a gun? Where did he get the gun from? Jesus. Why not? Rage is usually the best to win. Damn. If only I could also use the gun! Okay. His inventory? What else?
俺がアシナを生かす
Kind of messed up, you know? Bring a gun to a sword fight. Hey. This is good. This is good.
入れ関野
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? He literally just killed me in one shot. What the hell? What the hell? Oh no! No! Why must you do this to me? Why must you do this to me? Saint Glock Ishin. Reminds me of Indiana Jones. Person swing swords, good shots. Oh my god. Well, BRB piece. Lurk, thank you for the lurk, mom. Thank you, thank you. Mummy Buns is watching it from inside the closet. Best part about the scene? It was meant to be a big fight scene, but I think it was Harrison Ford who went, why don't I just shoot him? Time to rename rename the game Shadow Kiss One Shots. Damn. It's terrible.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh, whoops. Oh. Okay, okay. Okay, speed run through this.
参れ関野
Okay, this is good. This is good. Okay, this is good.
たぎってきた行くぞ関野
Oh my god. Oh my god, can you stop shooting me with the clock? Please. Oh. Ah! What the hell? I was trying to freaking counter that. Oh. Please. Oh. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where is he? Oh my god. No, please. Okay, okay. That was good. That was good. It was good parries. Good parries. Good parries. Bro, the scholar story in Octopath 2 is fucked. What happened? Chaos? What happened? Okay, 7:44. 7:44. 7:44. Okay. Speedrun this.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Whoops. Okay.
入れ、関野。
Oh. Oh, okay, you know, that's fine. No! Am I gonna die? No, no way. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Okay, not good, not good, not good. Oh, okay, not good, not good, not good, not good. Where is he? Oh. Oh, what the hell? It's like I can't get near him. Okay. Oh my god. No! Why is it so hard? Oh my god. about Sekiro, the sounds of the blocks. Yes, it's pretty satisfying, I admit. Another 44 dead to the counter. I say yes! Yes! Also, welcome in, Phantasma. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Okay, you guys talking about Octopath 2? Okay, okay. Getting better? Stream will end until boss is dead? We will see. We'll see. We'll see about that. Shit, did you even read what I wrote about the scholar? No, you wrote so much, I kinda just like skip it. 2 weeks later? Oh god. Just read it, damn it! You want me to read it? It's so much! So it starts off normal, him researching magic and such, and the guy he thought was his friend backstabbed him, framed him for murdering his own family, adopted his wife and kids and killed his wife and turned her into a monster, brainwashed his kid into believing he was her actual child, all while the main guy is on a prison island, and plans to turn the kid into a monster next. Oh! Oh, so he's a villain! Oh my god! Oh my god. I feel I feel like every time someone asks how my day is, my first impulse is to whine. Oh, I love whimpers. It's okay. I love it. I love it when people whine. I love making boys whine. See, worth the read. Okay, now see in the main turtle screen. Oh, title screen. They're all different characters. Ah. Oh, they're chatting about Octopath 2. I see. I might need some cheese first. Okay. Okay, we speed run this part. Oh! Rude! Oh my god. Rude. Ah. Okay. This is good. This is good.
参れ、関野。
Ooh. Oof. Okay. Okay, I didn't expect him to do that move again. why Ishin came out the hell with that helmet. You know, I still wonder why Ishin came out of hell with a Glock. Why the hell does he have a Glock? Why do you have a gun? It's okay. I love this game so much. Because you gotta learn quickly in hell, you gotta stay strapped or you're gonna get clapped. True, true. That is true.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, please. I'm messing up. What? Okay. Okay. I'm messing up. I messed up. Okay. That's okay.
その力だ。
Let me reset. I wanna reset. It's okay. It's okay. I wanna reset. We're gonna reset. This game is stressing me out. I mean, I wouldn't mind picking up a pistol if I came back to life. Out of everything, a pistol. I don't know. If I came back to life, what would be my weapon? Probably not a pistol, you know? Because what if you ran out of bullets? You know? I mean, if you get a sword, you don't gotta worry about bullets. But then, if it gets damaged, you're gonna have to repair it. But a gun, you also have to repair a gun too, you know? Spirit guns and new clothes, but the helmet without any other armor looks silly. I guess to me the question are, how do you just have a pistol? Why do you just why do you have just a helmet? He already has a sword in his spirit. Why not grab a gun while you're at it? You know, that is true. That is true.
黒様。俺がアシナを生かす。
Okay, okay. I mean, Genichiro has a bow. Why don't he just use the bow?
踏みにじらせはせるぞ。
Oh, God. Okay. Okay.
Sekiro.
Sekiro. Oh, whoops. That was bad. That was really bad. I was low-key not like paying attention there. Okay. Okay, okay. You know what? I gotta get the upper hand. Okay. What is happening, Shen? What is happening? mission can do a surprise 3-round burst with a massive bow. You gotta admit, catching someone off guard with some bing will probably win him most duels. That is true. That's unfair though! Unfair! This is an unfair battle. Okay. I'm zipping my mouth. We are gonna focus. No more game commentary.
Sekiro.
Oh my god, rude! Okay, this is good! This is good! Okay, I was trying to counter that. I messed up. Oh my god. Okay, back up, back up, shit. Oh my god. Please, I'm running for my life. No! It's so hard! It's so hard! Why is it so hard? Oh my god. Genichiro, a shinobi should know the difference between honor and victory. Could be worse. Could be in an actual tank. Oh my god. Okay. Surprise tank fourth place. No! Do not jinx it. Have you ever seen your nickname? It shouldn't have been such a difficult for you. Thank you. I know. Thank you. Anakin Skywalker here. Wow, thanks. Thank you. I noticed that the one attack that always gets you is when he jumps back. Yeah, it's always that one. Always, always. Also, thank you for the hydrating for the hair pass. Thank you. Just swing twice and back off. Swing twice and back off. Okay. Swing twice and back off. Keep an eye out for the jump back. Okay. The jump back. Okay. Okay. For the jump back. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, you dive? Be ready to parry? Be ready to parry if I dive. Okay. If I dive, be ready to parry. Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh. Oh my god, why he's so aggressive now? What the hell? Ow! Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's okay. That's okay.
その力。
You know what? That's okay. You know, that was a warm up. That was a warm up. Oh my god. He saw Chad giving advice, got upset. Parry the platypus? No, parry the Ishin. Good lesson to learn is something doesn't seem to work. Time to try something new instead of just trying the same thing over and over. Okay, 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 okay. 900? 900? 900? That's like 150 more chaos. Did you write it wrong? 800? Oh, 775. Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす。
What the hell? Okay. What? That's okay.
その力だ。
Oh my god, okay. Oh, he grabbed me. Oh my god!
にもなすべきことがある。さらば。
It's okay, Shen. It's okay. It's okay, Shen. It's okay. It was 900 points. I just saw the 900. I thought you put it wrong. I found the guy who voiced Doofenshmirtz on IZ. I found him earlier scrolling. Really? Ooh. At least you know you like to be stepped on, so this must be joy for you. That's funny. Okay. Okay. Sin. Okay. Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Okay.
せはせぬぞ。
Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Son of a... Oh my god! What? I'm getting my ass beat. Oh my god! Okay. Okay, why is he suddenly so good now? Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah, okay. It's fine. It's fine.
参れ、関野。
Okay, I'm scared. Okay. Oh my god, it's like they won't let me breathe. Okay. Oh. 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 Oh my god. When I told you he was hard, I wasn't kidding. Yeah, he is hard. He's like way harder than all the other ones. Like, I low-key want to fight the ape again. Like, he makes me want to fight the ape again for the very first time. God damn. God damn. God damn. God. Could I go fight the headless? No. No way. No way am I gonna fight here. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay.
参れ、関野。
Okay. Good, good. Oh, okay. god, I can't get hit it! I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready! Oh my god. Oh my god, he's not doing his freaking jab! Okay, what the hell? Okay, whenever he shoots his gun, he swings. Oh my god. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. This is so hard. This is so hard. Okay. This is so hard. This is so hard. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's been 3 hours. I'm gonna give myself another hour, okay? Another hour. Another hour. She is crying now. I'm not crying, okay? I'm not crying. Do you see tears running down my face? No. Okay. Oh my god. Please, 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 please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Oh. 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 Okay.
その力だ
Okay. 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 Take a sip of water, stretch, stand up. Take a deep breath. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I'm not crying, you're crying. Exactly. Okay. Okay, okay. Hydrate time. Okay. Okay. I am very calm. Very calm. Shen is calm. She's ready. She's pumped! Okay? Never back down, never once! Never give up. Guys, you hear that? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, try this again. I'm gonna try playing like more aggressive. The second phase. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. Just vibe out my sweaty already. More spaghetti. On the surface, he looked calm and said to drop bombs, but he keep on forgetting.
久しいなミコ俺がアシナを生かす
Oh. What? Oh. Oh shit. I'm forgetting how to play this game.
その力だ
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh, oh my god. Okay, I'm burning out. The real Slim Shady. Yep, that's me. Okay. We're running back. That was just a warm up, you know? Just a warm up. Okay, gamer posture.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh. Okay. Is this good? Okay. This is the part I always die. This part. We need to play more Orgle.
限ってきた行くぞセキロ
Oh. Okay, you know what? Maybe Orgo's not the way. Ah! Oh fuck! The rock! I blame on the rock. Fuck! I tried to jump. Oh! I don't know what I'm doing. I'm panicking. Okay, where's the air physics? Guys! No, please! Oh. Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Still kind of sad she ignored my sock message. I think in my head out early, good luck on the game. Your sock message? What was your sock message? Oh my god. I didn't see. Did you vanish? You vanished! But thank you, Crimson. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night, good day, good evening. Thank you. Make sure you lock your doors. Lock your closet. Oh, lock your windows. Lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you, thank you. Okay. 7:55. Okay. 7:55. 7:55. 7:55. Okay. I gotta play Brain Dead. Maybe.
黒田俺がアシナを生かす
Yeah, this just don't die. Okay. Oh fuck. Whoops. Oh. Oh. Ouch. Oh my god, my first fall off the edge of today. God. Jesus Christ. Why you done died? Congrats! Thank you. Well, I'm happy you're streaming. I wouldn't know what to do this early if you weren't. Cute thing, don't let your HP reach 0? Oh, wow. Wow, thank you. That's so helpful. Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh, that was lockdown. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh! Please don't hit me! Oh my god. Oh.
Aire, Sekiro.
chasing me? Oh my god! Okay. Oh. Oh fuck! 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 Okay. 757. Oh god. Oh god. And you can't get away with negative HP on occasion? Nah, the other thing, it wouldn't be negative if it was. Not this game, but this ain't party-based TTRPG. Okay. Well, I saw you starting to parry the jump back. Yeah. I'm getting the hang of it. Don't be sad. You're gonna do it eventually. I'm not sad. I'm angry. Oh my god. It's okay. My inner gamer. This is my inner gamer girl. Okay. Okay, I'm locked in. Fuck! Okay. That's fine. Oh! Ah! Oh. That's fine. Fuck! I jumped! Wait! Russian! Jesus Christ. Okay? Oh my gosh, Shan, you're doing it! Welcome to Vinto! Welcome! How are you? How is your day? You don't like me when I'm angry? No. 140 deaths to this boss. Shh. Be quiet, Chaos. Be quiet.
Sekiro.
Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. This is the hard part. This is the hard part. This is the hard part.
たぎってきた。行くぞ、セキロ。
That's okay. Oh my god, let me heal! Please. Oh my god! Oh my god! Point inner gamer girl not found. Good, good. How are you? You're almost there? I'm good! That's good. Nice to hear that you're doing good. I'm also doing good. I woke up early, went to a baby shower, drank alcohol at the baby shower, came home, started streaming. Feels great, you know? It feels really, 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 really amazing. Shinobi, calm down! I only want to murder you! He won't let me hit him! Oh my god, the only guy who I can't hit on. Crazy! Woohoo! Drinks and babies and death! Yeah! Yes, sir! The whole cycle. The whole cycle. Wait, did I add a death to the counter? I did, right? You know, I'm gonna say I did. I'm gonna say I did. Instead of hitting him, try hitting on him. Let me see, let me see. No, you didn't. Are you sure? Why can't you just let me have this one? Okay, okay. Try this again. Try this again. I called you out for 140 deaths, remember? Yo, you're right. Fuck! Okay. Oh my god. 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 Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You started fighting him last week at 6:17. Did I actually? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. This is it. This is it. This is the one. 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 Trust, trust. Trust, trust. Oh my god, I got hit by that. Okay. Oh.
せぬぞ
Oh shit! Oh fuck. Oh! Oh! Okay.
その力だ
He's doing that a lot. Okay, maybe I just need to get stronger, right? I feel like I'm not doing
参れ
enough damage. Oh god. Okay. The silence speak volumes. Power mid battle? Damn. Shit really likes the cling clings. I sure do. Okay. 760. God, I died 760 times. Probably more. I know I skipped a few. But it's okay. Nobody will know. Nobody will know.
俺がアシナを生かす
Fuck! I counted that! No! Oh god. This is crazy.
その力だ 踏みにじらせはせぬぞ
Oh fuck! Oh. Come over here! Come over here! Come over here! I'm dead! Oh my god. Oh my god.
なすべきことがあるさらばだ
761. This boss battle is so hard! So hard, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Okay. Okay, we just run it back. Immediately. Immediately. You know what? I'm gonna say it differently, you know? Maybe that's it. Gamer posture. Gamer posture.
俺がアシナを生かす
Fuck! It wasn't a posture, was it? Fuck, okay. That's okay, that's okay. Oh! Okay. No, it's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Shen is reassuring Shen. Shen is so proud of Shen, you know? Shen just wants the best for Shen. How many deaths until a controller dies? You know what? A controller flies? I'm telling you, it's not flying. It's getting buried soon.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh fuck. I was gonna jab me there. Oh fuck. Okay. This is good, this is good.
参れ、関野。
Ooh. Oh. Okay. Okay. I hate that Glock. I hate that Glock. I hate that gun. Why does he have a gun? Why does he have a gun? Jesus Christ. It's like he doesn't even parry me, okay? He doesn't even block my attacks. He just attacks when I attack, but then his attack goes over my attack. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ! I love this game. 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 Please stop chasing me! Please stop chasing me! Please! Please! Damn. Okay. Oh. Okay. I think you love this game. I don't believe you. Do you? I do. Sean is going through the stages of denial. Damn.
入れ関野
Ouch! Ouch! That hurt! Oh shit! Ow! Okay, okay. Okay. I fell down. See? That was a skill issue there. I fell down. He pushed me down, okay? Literally getting slashed or stabbed indeed hurts. Yep, it does. You know, I love the kind of pain this game puts me into. It feels great, you know? It feels really, really, really human, you know? Feeling pain, you know?
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh! I jumped! I jumped! How dare you, how dare you, how dare you.
その力だ
Oh my god. Ow! Rude. Can we not go on the edge, please? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the hell? Okay. As a friend would say, M-type. You calling me a masochist? Me? A masochist? Okay. No, I'm not denying it. On a flashback memory, there was a pheasant commander in a war in Japan who was challenged to a duel by a samurai commander. The peasant pointed out that him using a bow is not honorable, so the guy brought his sword and then the peasant stabbed him with a spear. As a peasant, he didn't actually give a shit about honor. I mean, you know, I would do the same too. As a peasant, what do I have to lose? My life? If my life is the only thing I have left, I might as well take another with me. Oh. 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 Am I dead? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Maire, Sekiro.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. I think I got it. Oh, where is he? Ow! Okay! This is so hard! Oh. Tough, tough. Really tough. Really tough, really tough. Okay. Really tough. Okay. If you're a commander, there might be more to the line than just your own life. But the peasant, there was. The samurai had more troops, but the not uncommon for leaders dueling to save lives. The fighting literally stops to watch the duel. Okay. But that requires a certain amount of rules and sort of battlefield etiquette, like samurai had. If the peasant doesn't follow the etiquette, why would the samurai try to accept the outcome? Who knows? Like, if they jumped the samurai with 10 guys, they would still win. Ooh. I think, might be thinking too logically. Sometimes things are just... It is what it is, you know? Okay. This is good. This is good.
Maire, Sekiro.
Okay, please stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. Okay. Oh fuck. Please, please. Oh! No! Okay, wait, I'm still alive. No! Oh. Okay. No! Okay. Hesitation is defeat. God. Will I ever beat this game? I don't know. Will I ever beat this game? I don't know. Okay. One day. One day indeed. One day.
俺がアシナを生かす。
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay. Shit, moments like this, I'm legitimately impressed. You're frustrated, but you're still laughing and trying. You know why? Because I'm coping. It's called cope! I've been making some inhumane snores at anger right now. Oh my god! You know, I say this a lot. I have a very, very high patience level. Copium. Yeah, copium. I want Shen to say fuck you piece of shit when she beats Ishin. We'll see. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Okay? Maybe I will. Copium. Cope is a good skill in modern society. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay.
参れ関野
Oh fuck! I got stuck in a tree! I got stuck in a tree! Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I want Shen to be Ishin. I too want Shen to be Ishin. I hope I'm there when she cusses him out. Exactly why I'm here. I'm here to cuss Ishin out the way I cuss him. You cussed the ape out? Okay. This is no time for tree hugging. No time for tree hugging. Okay. Okay. Try this again. We try this again. Try this again. We try this again. Okay. Okay.
俺がアシナを生かす
Okay. keep missing that. Ooh. Hey?
参れ関野
Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh god! Okay, I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. Oh my god. The 8 was something out. I wonder if I had one of those anime anger face popping. Kumi says Tantra is screaming and Poppy is pooping too. I love the 8. The 8 fight is probably one of my favorites. Okay. 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 Calm Shen. Calm Shen.
俺がアシナを生かす 海にじらせはせぬぞ
Hey. Good. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Please, please. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ow! Oh fuck. Ow! Ooh. Ooh! Back up, 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 back up. Ah! No! Okay, 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 okay. This is so hard. This is so hard. This is so hard. Every capsule she panics. I want you to reach to the during JQ for saying that. But it was an impressive fight. Also, you suffer enough without me physically rattling you? Oh god. Shansa for that? Oh god. Not being happy, Shan. Not listening to anger reminds me of when a friend made me play Little Nightmares 1 and 2. And then they were upset I wasn't scared once. Oh my goodness. I wanna play. I have Little Nightmares 2. I gotta buy Little Nightmares 1. No, I found out that the same creator as the Quarry and Until Dawn made Little Nightmares 3 instead of the original game devs. Which is like, what? Oh my god. I didn't know that. Would it have been funny if he jumped off the edge? I wish he did. I didn't think that would happen in Sekiro. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay, 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 okay. Run it back. Okay. I need to play 6 before 4, okay? Is that the characters? You better play Little Nightmares 1 first. I will. I do plan to. Oh shoot. Okay. Okay, okay.
参れ関野
Oh! It's the edge. It's the edge. Okay.
たぎってきた行くぞ関野
Oh. No! I'm trying to run away! The range on that is crazy, crazy. Oh my god! I swing 3 times and didn't hit it once. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oof. Okay. 772. 772. 772. Maybe I need fireworks. Maybe, huh? Can I just get fireworks?
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay.
その力だ
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
さらばだ
773? 773. Sprint attack. Okay. 773. 773. Oh my god. Imagine you do it at 777.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh! Okay. I'm throwing. Oh my god, I'm throwing. What happens? What happens if it hits 800? You don't beat him. Does the world end? Yes. If I don't beat him by 800, the world is ending. You become infertile. You're cursed. You have no grandchildren, no children. All the kids in Africa are gonna starve.
クロ様
Yeah.
俺がアシナを生かす
Oh fuck.
踏みにじらせはせぬぞ
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
たぎってきた行くぞ敵は
Oh. Oh. Oops. Alright, I'm gonna shave and grab a shower. If Shan dies in my head, to choose the outcome of the vote. Okay, now how do I do the poll? Prediction ended. Where's the prediction? Prediction. Manage poll. What? You cash it out based on results? How do I cash it out? Under poll? Oh wait, manage prediction. Okay, I see. Choose outcome. The result with the okay, how about 775? No. Don't show this again, please. Who won? 647 goes to Crimson. You know what, guys? 775. This is a good spot to end, right? It's been a good 4 hours. Alright? And I think I need a mental break. I think I need a mental break, okay? Anyways, thank you guys for coming. Thank you. Oh, Fate, you came right when I'm about to end. We should play a game. What game? What game do you want to play? So, my next stream, I don't know. My next stream might just be Sekiro again. Might be, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Go get drunk shit, then come back. No. No more drinking for me. I need to be sober. Surely drunken style fist works on him. Oh no. Okay. But I don't know when I'm gonna stream next. I don't know. We will see. Alright, finish shaving shit. You should do more Sekiro tomorrow so it'll be fresh for you. Yeah, maybe. I might stream tomorrow. Because it's a Sunday. Probably. We will see. Might? Yeah, might. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. If I have anything like unplanned business that I have to do tomorrow that gets me busy, we'll see. Thank you for the bonk. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for joining. This is attempt number 2. I'm totally not crying. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Anyway, have a good one. Good luck with the next set of attempts. Thank you. Thank you so much, Phantasma. Thank you for the redeem. Sleep well. 225 tries to go. Thank you. Yes, we are gonna attempt this next time. Good night, everyone. Good day. Good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Bye-bye. No raid today, but bye-bye. I'll be working on your sound like, okay. Can't wait to hear it.